Welcome to the stream, everyone. I'm your host, TE, and today we got more custom Lego building. What else? Well, we got gaming on Thursdays, but that's for another day. Today, we got some custom requests, including a cute little robot down below. No idea where he's from. Some musician. Sorry, I'm not a fan of that musician. Just happens. But we'll be building that robot, try to build it physical, and then maybe do some digital work so we can make some instructions for anyone to build it themselves. We also have a request for the Emerald Shrine from Sonic Adventure 2, and that will hopefully be later today. And if we have time for it, there was also a request for a friend set to be turned into a modular. If there's time, probably won't be, because I'll probably be focused on figuring out the robot, the shrine, and then instructions for both. So there'll be a good amount to work on. Sorry, where's my manners? How's everyone doing? Doing all good, everyone? Have a great day. Nice weekend, nice calm weekend as always. Nothing too crazy. Nice and chill. We'll get to the building in a minute. Just let everybody take a breath for a moment. We just got here. As usual, we got right there. We got the parts counter. We'll see how many mistakes I make. How many things slip out of my hands and go flying and explode. We'll have fun. Little counter there. Yeah, I got the slideshow changed out for what we're currently building. I'll switch that when we get to Sonic. And then I have nothing after that, so if I do this French thing, it's just going to be something that's off topic. I don't know. Picture of a turtle? Something funny. I don't know. And yeah. Good weekend. Everybody having a good time. Built anything fun recently? Haven't built a set since the Sonic Mech stream we did a while back. But been constantly bumping out these custom creations. I have my large mass of multiples. I don't know how to explain this without spoiling it. There's going to be a lot of builds coming out in October, all under one umbrella of a theme. So I've been knocking those out. Got a bunch of photographs taken and recordings taken of those this morning. About halfway done. There's still a lot to do. And then the capstone build that'll be at the very end of the month. I haven't touched that in a couple months. So it's going to be tough. It's going to be rough. And I also have to exclusively build that off stream to not spoil anything. Which just adds another layer of challenge, because this is the time to build, but not to build that. So we got stuff planned today. We'll probably, since we won't get around to the modular today, we'll probably build that next week. And then the week after, it will probably be a hodgepodge of cleanup on whatever we're working on, alongside of some deconstruction. I finally need to get that tree car taken apart and maybe some other small ones. Get some bricks back, as we prefer. And yeah, if anything else pops up, next couple weeks will be fun. We'll have a little bit to do. And then after that, we hit October, and that's when the mess begins. The real big mess. And once I start unveiling some of the stuff for October, then we can work on a little bit here and there, probably instructions and digital designs. Translating that over so that anyone else wants to take them home. They're free instructions. Not going to limit anyone's knowledge. Not going to monetarily gate you out. If you want to support me otherwise, maybe Patreon, maybe stream donations. Not a huge deal right now. I just want to get the free instructions out to everybody. So we'll be doing that. We'll also see how it goes later on in this stream. If people prefer more of the physical building rather than the instructions and digital side, then we might stick to more physical. But I'm willing to be flexible. We can switch it around. Hold on, let me show show our studio screen. This is what it'd look like. I can do full access of studio. Look, I'm building Lego brick. Woo! And get the part. You can just barely see the parts there on the Twitch side. Or I can just show off this row right here. It's just the one, but I mean I can see all the other parts. Add what I need to add. Zoom in, zoom out. We got the 3 projects open. So we have that as an option for later. And yo, Wstream lol. Actually found your stream because someone posted you in a Kick Discord. If you want to see a Kick Discord. Oh, is this another bot? Is this another bot? Tell me your favorite, what's your favorite Lego piece, color, set, any of those. Let me know if you're real. Are you a real boy? Oh, the bots are such a mess on Kick. Oh, Kick. I think with that, that pace breaker, I think we'll just jump right into the build. So we're gonna build this robot dude. And the person that asked me to build it, I asked them for a reference image. And out of all things, they didn't give me an image. They just came in the next day and they brought me this. They brought me this shirt. And I guess they wanted me to use this as the reference image. So he brought me the shirt so I could build the robot based on that. But it's a little cumbersome to try to like base the build off of this shirt in this shirt alone. So luckily, as you can see at the very bottom, I did do some simple Googling, taking advice from the Joker from the Lego Batman movie. Used a little Google and found some cleaner images to just have at the ready. I greatly appreciate him letting me borrow this shirt. It didn't look cheap. It's very well made. Nice jacket. Or kind of sport vest. Whatever you want to call it. And so yeah, he let me borrow this for visual image, and I was just like, nah, I'll just Google it. So now I just have it under my position, trying to keep it safe. And luckily the images will make it a little easier to accurately depict what we saw there. But yeah, that's my main reference image, is a big shirt. It can just hang in the background off screen. Wild. Wild. Alright, I'm gonna pull up my images though. That probably flashbang to the reference images. There we go. And now I have mine. And from there, let's get started. I think the easiest part to start with will be the face. Definitely want to give him the switchable happy to angry face. Yeah, so we'll start with that. I don't want to be too big, so I'm going to try to build the face in a 3x3 area. And of course I don't have any, oh I do, it's just in the wrong drawer. Get a 3x3 going. It looks like, let's get some stuff for his mouth and eyes. It's that simple of a drawing for a mouth. I think the perfect piece will be a hot dog. Good old burnt hot dog, our favorite. And the eyes can be simply a couple of round tiles. I would like to do the more slit-like designs it has, but that wouldn't keep the shaping. So. Oh, I did drop a piece. I gotta add it. My bad. We're on the board. That's our first one. Right. And then I want some tiles. Do some things moving on here. All right. So yeah, with our we could do a little smiley like that, and do a little angry like that. I think it's It's just a frowny face, right? It doesn't have an open mouth. Yeah, he's got very squinty eyes, but I think for now we just want to translate it this way. I'm thinking we do this, and then I hope I have a single clip in here. That's all I need. So we're going to attach the mouth, and then we'll use jumpers for the eyes. It won't be perfect. It won't be completely accurate, but to keep the scale down, his face is going to be a little scrunched, a little squishy, squeeze. And I would swear I'd have at least one yellow clip on hand somewhere. Aha! I have half a drawer full. We'll do that. Make the mouth like so. And then yeah, I think we'll do jumpers, offset the eyes, and you get 2 more tiles for the base. And then we gotta do the red. We gotta do the red face, which is gonna be a little more difficult because then the curve of the mouth will push it downwards, which won't be handy. Well, let me just fetch some pieces for those, and to finish off the yellow. Let's see what we got. Grab my reds, keeping that moving. Same question goes for that. Do I have the red clip? I do. I do have red clip. Nice. We won't be completely struggling today. Just finding parts right away. Not much to show on screen at the moment, but that's the downside half the time of building this physically. Once we get some stuff moving, then there will always be stuff shuffling along. Shuffle. Alright. Now, I believe there's some images where he looks kind of orange, but I think most of the time he's considered red, from what research I could find on this booter. So there's his duck mouth for the second face. I'll get rid of the hot dog just for the moment. Finish off the piece. I could definitely do some snot to make a cleaner face instead of this, but again, I kind of like the idea of this not being too big. Not too big. There's our smiley. That back on. And we're going to have to keep jumping back and forth between a couple images. Get our frowny. So his mouth actually gets real squished, real tight. So I might do the mouth up top, or a little higher. That way it's closer to the eyes. And that also keeps it from falling off the piece. Might be a little too much squish though. Unfortunately, there isn't a clip to get it right down the middle. So this might be a case of some snot techniques. Some snot. Yeah, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to put these on opposite sides. So that way you can just flip it over and it'll be the other one. I want them to have that functionality. Keep it fun. Keep it simple. Alright, to get the mouth down a bit more, I think we're gonna do some snot. We're gonna do something to offset it just a little. But to keep it flush, that's gonna be tricky. That's gonna be tricky. I think I have an idea. But it's gonna involve a lot of finagling. So we might as well get started on that now. because I'm going to need some stuff like a bracket and lots of plates and tiles. Oh, my idea is only so good though. Yeah, because if I start doing all these plates and tiles, oh wait, no. I have a second idea. Without showing anything of the first idea, I have a second idea on how we can pull this off. So I'm going to need a couple specific pieces. And then we will get this on the rollout. Now the tricky part coming up will be how to connect this to the eyes, because I'm going to do a slot right down the middle, and that will give us a way to put the smiley face a little bit lower than center. Whoop. We're gonna have it. What I did here was I took 1x1 with studs on 2 different sides, and then 5 plates in total on both sides, which will then get us the perfect amount for 3 studs across. So that is the 1 stud, and then the 5 plates, which equal 2 going the other direction. So we got 3 studs across, but this way I'm able to move the stud over ever so slightly in either direction. If I want, I can move it to the very bottom. And I realized this will work pretty well, but the problem is the clip will need to be sunken too. So to do that, we'll actually want a way to lower this just by a plate. And that's where it's going to get tricky. That's where it's going to get real tricky. As it stands, the clip will be like that. So we don't want that. We want it to be flush. So I can move this tile up. That only solves one side. And then I can move that so it's halfway, which we might be able to get away with, but it does remove some of the flush nature of it. Just ever so slightly. Trying to think of a way we can do the opposite. It would finagle a lot of plates around, but I think for now we'll just start trying to work with this, what we got. So now I need to figure out a way to attach the sides. And yeah, connecting it in the middle has now just screwed up everything. All right, so let's scratch this. We'll scratch it, and we will try something else. Not sure what just yet, but something. I think what we can do, we can get a different kind of snot brick for the bottom. The D-snots. I'm thinking the D-snots. That at least gets the lower half, but then connecting it back to the other side. Aha! Actually, 2 D-snots will work just fine. Let me grab that. And I'm going to use black, because that's what I have a bunch of. I know they're on the pick-a-brick wall for light gray, but this is what I have in mind. We're going to put D-snots in opposite directions, and then the bigger brick can connect to the low one, which is properly measured, and the tile, since it can just slide, it can go on the top one. It doesn't matter where that stud connection is. So now we have our offset. It is back. It is back! Okay, now, we need to work on the connection to the rest of the face. To do that, I'm going to get rid of these plates because it's completely unnecessary to stack 3 plates up. I think what we'll do, we will use this snot brick facing this way, and then this is gonna be offset though. Now the stud's not centered, so we might try putting it on a plate. Now I'll get us back on the grid. What we have there. So we'll have this bump in the back, but that's fine. It can be covered up by the rest of the build. And also, honestly, it could be the pivot point for the face. Wouldn't be terrible. It would mean the faces are half a plate off from each other, but it's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing entirely. Yeah, I think I'll do that. Problem with doing that, sticking to that, is that I need a 3-sided stud. And that ain't a real thing. Three-sided bricks aren't real. So instead I might have to find a good way to connect the back. Oh, but you know what? 4 sides do. And then I can use a, what are they called? A wall element. If I have just the corner one, should be good. Although I'm not sure I do. I don't think I do. Not in red, at least. Oh, excuse me. Didn't expect that to go off on stream. Alright, for now, let me try to connect the front face. And what we got going there. I'll need one more 1x3 to replace what we have. Put 2 brackets on the sides here. And then I'm just going to put a plate on each side. We're going to have to steal the plate from this one. Voila. Oh my goodness. Yeah, the bots are vicious on Kick. Different username, exact same 4 messages. How pathetic are they? This is why I desperately need to get one of the other streaming services working. Because Kick is, I'm sorry, Kick is awful. If you're watching on Kick, I appreciate you, but you gotta counterbalance these bots because they're just everywhere. Alright, so we have it so that the frowny is now at least on the brick. Because if I did this standard clip, whereas one plate closer, it'd start hitting the edge and going off the brick. I really do want it up higher and closer, but to do that, we'd have to rebuild a lot what we've done. So far, we do have this, and I think the way we can get it centered is actually by just putting a bracket going the opposite way with that bottom stud. And with that, we'll have our little cube. Cube. And then I just need to fill in top of his head. So let me get a couple pieces, more pieces. Put these away. Don't need them right now. I think I know exactly what we need. So that piece hit the table, but it didn't hit the floor. I'm only counting pieces that hit the floor. Pieces dropped. All right. None of these halfways. All the way or no way? All the way or no way? Alright, I think to keep color consistency, I will use some red brackets. They're a little hard to come by, at least for me, but that's fine. And what we need for tiles on the face, oh, I think we're good. Okay. And I'm just gonna use gray for now. We might need to switch this color so it looks a little better later. But we'll fill in this head. Oh, point the mold mark away from the front. Have it look a little better. And just tile that off. Now we got our, oh, wait. Caught it. My pants caught it. We're fine. It's not a floor piece. Not a floor piece today. This one does not want to go on though. Jeez. All right. So now we have a square face for each color. Each smile, not smile. And what we're gonna do here, attach bracket tile, put it right inside the middle. Oh, I might want to switch those brackets to yellow later. For now, I'm not gonna worry too much about the color. This is all gonna be hidden. And voila, the whole build now is a cube connected, and it has a center pivot point on the top. So you can do a little flippy do. I'd prefer it to flip the other way around, but we already have this nice connection point here. We might as well use it. So yeah, smiley for now. And yeah, I'd love for this face to be a little closer. I suppose we could try one thing, see how it looks. If it's too close and touching, then we'll probably backtrack. Because his angry face is very scrunched near the middle. I also might want to go, I think I have a different tile in mind we can do instead. I mean, I don't hate it. It might look better with the other tile. So I'm going to get the corner black tile. We're going to use that instead for the face. See how this looks. It might give us a little bit better of a squinty face. And it'll just give us something else to play around with. I did realize this camera is so far zoomed out with how little we're building right now. Whoopsies. Oh, that doesn't quite work. It's a little schwah, a little off. Maybe the other side will look better if we do it from. Nah. Looks less like a squint, that's for sure. So I think we're just gonna stick to flat tiles. And I think we're gonna do the higher position. Instead of his face being like moved down. I do want it to be at least close to center. So we're gonna get those out of here. Now back to square one. The one square. Voila. Alright, Carney, happy. We got the two. Now, gotta start building him a body to go around that. So like I said earlier, I think his body is mostly gonna be red. It looks red to me at least. And I guess also looking at his face, I could round out these bottoms. They're supposed to be angular, but I think we could do some round tiles, just smoothen that out. And then I promise we'll get to the body. I just want to do one more cleanup on the face. And I'll get those brackets switched out for yellow in the future, so that way it's less jarring. But for now, oh! Angry sausage hit the ground. Angry sausage. I'm gonna have to get a new one. I don't know where that one went. So I'm gonna have to get up to get the rounded tiles anyways. Oh! I don't want to talk about that one. We're not talking about it. We are not talking about that piece. But we'll talk about these nice round tiles that we will be getting. Like I said, we're just gonna get them to help shape out the bottom of the face. Give him a little bit of his defining features, his robot chin, as you might want to call it. Gotta pick and choose our battles when building, especially at smaller scales. What kind of features are most important, and which ones you're gonna have to omit. Because if you're working on all the stuff that won't really be seen, then it won't really matter. So you want to get those key features that everybody's going to be looking at. So that's why I wanted to work on this guy's face first. Because everyone's going to see his beautiful face. His little robot baby boy face. Alright. Got the angry face. Let's get a new hot dog, fix the smiley face. And then I'll pull out some red pieces so we can start working on his torso. Gonna get some curves, some malleable pieces, and we'll just get some fun, funky ones. Get a whole mix in there. Alright. Fix them up first. Fix them right up. There we go. He's smiling again. You know he's happy. Don't. Just want it centered, and I don't want it like smeared up against the back of the tiles. All right. Luckily, like I said, we have that nice pivot point in the middle, so I just had to make that nice and loose. And that'll work much better. All right, we'll work on his shoulders. So everything's roughly, I'd say his face is a little bigger than his shoulders. So I'll probably try to make those too wide. Yeah. So we're gonna make the parts that go on his sides too wide, and then we'll need the middle. And does he have, I mean, on some images, the tops go towards the center, the top of the sides go inwards. But I think we'll just have it continuous all the way through, so you don't have to worry about it too much. I should have just pulled all these images up as a bunch of different files all at once. All right, so let's get some big curves. We can also use some of these to help fill out other parts. So like this piece is big and chunky. Might use it for the lower legs. Maybe not. And then his arms are cylinders. So I might have to do some fun tricks to get 3x3 cylinder going. I just know 4x4 is going to be way too big, and 2x2 is going to be way too skimpy because his arms are looking about the same size as his face. Get some right fitting curves. anything that might be relatively close to what we might want to use. I think these are a little too wide for anything. Yeah. Or not wide enough for the center. Plucking things out. Find the pieces that best suit your build. So basically anything four long or smaller I'm pulling out here. Now a lot of those 2x4 curves, but I think they might be a little too big for most parts. Oh, these are fun textured, but I don't know if they'd fit anything on them. If I want to be cheap, I can use them for the upper legs. But for now, I'm going to pull those out. Alright, starting to see the meat of my drawer. Don't use that out of context. The goods at the bottom. They're all hidden under the big bricks. Find what we can and go from there. Now it would be a simple and cheap technique that I've seen used plenty of times, but these curved 1x1 curved bricks might be good for his fingers, his little fingies. If I can get posability in there, that's great. If not, that's a sacrifice I'm okay to make. Because it looks like in most images he has closed fists, but there's also that one image that is of him as like a statue at a concert. So that would probably be, it'd be fun to do it so they could do that little point he's doing in those statue images. Ooh, this one. Okay, I have plenty of these 1x curves with the plate sticking out on one side. Maybe too many. Pluck, pluck, pluck away. There we go, I'm planning some 1x curves now. Plus, if I did this guy in orange, I feel like that'd be fairly difficult with limited colors. So I do think red is the right choice. Plus, I just have so much red compared to other colors. Availability does matter. Dawn, yo, welcome. Welcome to the stream. Oh, okay. It's bot number 3. Wow, they're hitting exceptionally hard today. This might be the calling card to not even bother with kick. I think that's the dead giveaway. But after this stream, I think kick is dead to me. Also did drop another piece. Whoopsies! Alright, I'm gonna stop pulling these 1x's out because now there's just too many. Now there are just far too many. Alright, at this rate, how many bots do we think will show up by the end of the stream? We're up to 3. And it's only been 40 minutes. I think if we hit a dozen, which at that rate we should easily hit, if we hit a dozen bots, I don't know, I guess I can go back to Instagram for a little bit. I've been trying to get TikTok to work, but it doesn't. You have to do like all these hoops and stuff to get streaming on there, which would be good for discoverability. But they don't want me streaming there. But I don't know. Is Twitter a good streaming service? I could do YouTube. YouTube wouldn't be terrible. The issue is the secondary stream is going to be on vertical mode, just because that's what it allows me to do. One vertical, one horizontal. Thus, YouTube would probably look really bad in vertical only. Alright, plenty of curves to work with. I just want to get a couple more big ones. Just a wee bit. And these smaller angled ones, I only have a couple of each. Would be nice to get. Would be nice to get them both up to 4. He's just a happy little guy. Until he's not happy. He's an angry little guy. Let's see. We're still missing at least one corner piece. Aha! Aha! Found it. And I might just have to come back for some more nubs later. Put the curves off to the side for now. And aren't there any big funky pieces? These rocky pieces would be fun, but it doesn't fit them. Doesn't fit them at all. Nothing I can see in there. Engine piece. No, I want to see his upper arms. That statue shows his upper arms pretty well. Okay, so yeah. His upper arms would be good to do as a 2x2 cylinder. And then his lower arms, you're gonna have to find a custom way to do a 3x3. We also have these curved bricks, the macaroni bricks. And these could work for something, but I don't know what. It's a nice big curve, which I don't think I have with any of these pieces. So that curve's a little smaller. Actually fits in this gap here, for anyone that doesn't know. The Lego math behind it. I'm trying to see where this curve piece might be useful. Probably just the forehead, but the forehead we're gonna need some real big curves. Really big curves. And I'm struggling to think of any of my good 3x3 designs for the lower arms. I'll have to keep mulling over that one. I know I've done similar 3x3 cylinders, but we'll do one step at a time. Upper arms, like I said, should be easy. I think we'll just do 2 of these each, 2 of the 2x2 cylinders. And then we'll just want to decorate it. At least in the more hand-drawn art style. Let me get to that one. Well, it's currently on screen. For you guys. More hand-drawn style from the shirt. kind of got yellow lines that go through. I think I'll do flame yellow, just so they differentiate a little bit from the smiley face, even though the red face is going to look identical to his body. The problem is when he goes red face, angry face, like his whole lighting for the rest of his body turns to a darker red, which I'm not gonna be able to do with a physical build. So I think instead, I mean, we might have to go with a dark red face. Again, a later problem. For now, like I said, flame yellow for the lines in him. Problem is, I don't remember there ever being a 2x2 round plate in flame yellow. So that might nip that in the bud right away. Might have to go with some other idea. I can't even think of one by one round plates that would have that for flame yellow. Yeah. All right, that unfortunately ends the decision right there. If I find flame yellow options for the pieces online, I'll switch them out later. But for now, we're gonna do regular yellow. It's a little gaudy, it's a little classic. The bright red and yellow there. But we don't have a whole lot of options. So this will be our simple upper arms. Quick little cylinders. And he's got nice big classic style mechanical joints and elbows. I think he also has some big beefy tube-like shoulders. They're roughly the same size as these. We might go with another idea of hot dog and some dish pieces. We can start off with those, see where that gets us. I think for now, I definitely want to smoothen out one of these sides. And honestly, I think to do that instead, we're actually going to shorten it. It's getting a bit long. If I put a tile on top of these bricks. So we're going to switch the stud side to 2x2 plates and one tile on top. And I think I'll do, if I have it ready, the tile-less stud. That way it has a little bit more grip. Oh, I guess they're going to be a little different. I can only find one of each. Oh, and round plates. Now it will give him some extra striping, but I think the overall shaping will look a lot better. So these 2x2 plates, 2x2 tiles, we're just going to get back up to brick height. That way the red is symmetrical on each side of the yellow. And honestly, it could be a plate and a tile. And I could do 2 plates on the other side, but I'm gonna go with this for now. Roughly as big as his head, which doesn't quite match the images, but again, it's a nice feeling size for his arm. All right, so like I said, we're probably going to do a hot dog with some ribbed hosing. Ribbed hose design probably will be comprised of dish pieces, satellite dish pieces. So we pull those out. And I'm going to do another burnt hot dog. Might be the best bet. Now, I do have black tissues. They're down there. This drawer is going to become a mess the moment I pull them out, though. So let me just try to break off a small chunk. Not let the whole drawer explode. Put some of these back. Alright, got some dishes. And we're gonna see how well they slide onto the hot dog. Hot diggity dog. Gonna give him... No, they kind of get spaced out pretty quickly, unfortunately. What if we... Yeah, they kind of get spread out a little too much. You can see that. A little too far apart from my liking, at least. So we might just have to do an angled element. And then have these kind of like that. But at an angle, of course. An angle, of course. I don't know, I kind of want that nice subtle transition to the issue. It's a bit messy. It's a bit messy. More like that, maybe? Hard to tell. I do know one other piece that would work decently well. It's just a matter of where did I put them? I'm thinking train wheels, the really small ones. Those could work really well. Problem is, I don't know where I put mine. I had a whole bunch. They're a bit obnoxious and getting everywhere. I have one place off screen. I might know where they're at. Ugh, be right back. I'll still be here. Oh. Dots containers are your friends. I wish there were more of them out there, but they've been very helpful at holding certain pieces for me. All right, so train wheels. They also give a little bit extra thickness between them, unlike the studs. And it's still a bit tight, is the issue. It's still fairly tight in there. I wonder if we could do a mix of that with the dishes. I'm not getting mixed up just yet. Nah, the dishes just push too far away. Pushy dishes. Well, let's see how that looks in total. It's not bad. Could have been a whole lot worse. What if we do... Whoa! It didn't fall, though. It didn't fall. We're good. We're good. I don't hate it. I think it definitely looks better than other things we've seen. Might go with that. Actually, I could probably... Whoa! It did it again. Probably put one more dish there. It's a little empty, but it does get us that nice angle that we want. I'm gonna slap that on his side. Yeah. I'm definitely liking that better. We'll do that for now. Does mean I need to get a different piece here. Different than the tile. We need the tile with the stud. A single stud. So let me get just a few pieces put away. Oh, we need a second hot dog. I need to see if I can get more of the hot dog pieces. We're burning through them on this build. All right. Can I find one with a stud right away? The drawer that has all my round tiles and tiles with bumps. The 2x2 round variants, at least. All of them are mixed together, and they are overflowing. So it's a bit of a mess, just a wee bit. What isn't just a wee bit? Just a wee bit, you know? Not a lot. Just a aggressive amount. A very aggressive amount. Oh no. Alright, we have his hose-like upper arms. Those training wheels away. I didn't put these dishes away. Remember to clean your dishes, put them away. Alright, I think this red is taking up a little too much of the build space in the center. I know I just kind of mixed them up a bit, but I don't care. They need to be moved. Just still regroup them though. Regroup. Alright. Well resorted. A little bit more build space. That's what we need. Alright, we got the hose-like arms. And then he's got kind of squared off, kind of diamond off shoulders. So depending on which image you look at, the connection point is either red or it's gray. I think I'm going to go with gray, just so it differentiates it just a little. Just a little. We're back to wee bit. Just a wee bit. Just a wee bit. It looks like most of it is dark gray to black, with some light gray near the top. Okay, I'm gonna do light gray for this one. He's gonna be a good bit bigger than I was planning, but that's okay. He's still kind of sizable, or controllable size. Okay, so for his big boy shoulders, big beefy shoulders, it's kind of a soft curve at the top. So I'm thinking something like that. And then to get a 3 wide curve there, I don't know if I have an option for that. This will roughly be enough to house the whole face. Yeah, so I'm thinking front to back, we have this kind of curve. And to do that, let's see. For the middle curve, we can use these pieces. And all of this sitting outside. So you'll be 7 wide on the torso. Good 7 wide. Probably 1 point low in the middle. I know, I'm just looking at my reference image over and over. Let me move the reference image so I'm not hooking it over. It will block a bit of chat. That's okay, it's just bots. It's just the bots. I'll do this. A little smaller. Okay. Now I can see chat and the image, everything else going on. Simple and effective. All right. So we're gonna start. Now I'm like used to looking over there. I'm gonna get a 2x3 tile. We're gonna start filling out his forehead. And then some 2x3 plates to lock everything together. Although, I do have a 2x3 tile in red. Look at that. Look at that right there. All right. I'm gonna make sure everything's connected. I'll put 2x3 tiles together. We're gonna have these. These are the newer 1x1 arch pieces that are a little shorter. And that just makes it convenient that now the bottoms can connect to the same stud as these other bricks. This will be his forehead. Yeah. This will probably be pushed up just a little. So I can add his little, I can add a gray line and then a red line. So it'll probably be about there instead. Yeah. But as is, you can do this, swap it around. I might do the gray lines right up to his body, just so that when it switches to red, it doesn't blur. I'm also going to have to make sure I have extra clearance for when his face rotates. The fun challenges. And also at this position, there's not much space there. Not a whole lot. Okay, these could probably be attached around here. Maybe. So I think instead, get some more connection points. Oh no, it's really locked in there. I'm gonna switch out this black plate in the middle. And we are going to push it out to here, and then put a 2x4 plate on the other side so we get our odd number back. But it's still as strong as it can be. Unfortunately, no 2x7 piece, or 1x7 at that rate. So we'll just have to make do. I also grabbed some snot to attach to the next pieces later. Got all that connected. So we'll probably have this right around here. And I might do the bumps on top, just so I can keep things surrounding the arm. Let's see, is this a good arm connection point? It should probably be a little lower. And if it's going to be a little lower, then I can probably put this bracket below. So yeah, we'll grab some brackets and we'll start really filling this guy out. Oh, I do have just enough red brackets. And while I'm up and about, I will grab some 2x2 plates and 2x2 tiles. I might need to swap out some more of these later for some extra detail. But for now, we're just gonna put 2x2 plates on each side. And then this will give us our ridge. It's a little higher up. Let's put the tiles right there. And now we have 4 plates where the brackets will line up. I might have to switch those black pieces out for red. Now we have all that. I want to put these arches here. And with these, I'm going to probably poke out 1 extra plate, so that way it has that extra curve, or extra tippage, a little over and around. Make sure we get those extra details in there. So let me grab some of those 2x2 plates I was just talking about to rise up, poke out the front just a little bit more. And because the arches have that extra gap, we're gonna have 1x2 plates. Plates and plates. Now I'm just gonna do this little stair step, curve on top, and then that can go right in here. So you have that nice extra little bit of gap, a little bit of extra ridge going around. And now I just gotta do that 3 more times. 3 more times. pork chop. Chatting in chat. Be you real? Be you bots? The world may never know. Didn't act like a bot. Peculiar, to say the least. Alright, and this arm, yeah, this arm probably needs to be about there. We're gonna reference image. Yeah, and I'll have to get that whack out of there. So put things in perspective. Be about there. That's not bad. That's not bad. I would like the top to be a little more round, but at this scale, I'm not sure if we have options for that. I could jumper it. That wouldn't put this too far off. But I think we'd lose the overall arc. This could be a good spot for some snot. Could use these pieces now. Space it out by a brick. Yeah, that could work. That could work. It's gonna make for a lot of awkward components. Like a lot. Yeah, I'm uncertain on that one. We're starting to get the shape though. Starting to get there. Yeah, for his body to be able to switcheroo like this, there's going to be some awkward clearance. Yeah, so I couldn't even put like a tile to flow with this. The tile would get clipped right there. So I wonder if we can do something with brackets. Brackets instead. Not brackets. Wall elements. Although, like I said earlier, I couldn't find if I had wall elements in red. Oh, actually, flag elements might do. And we can keep it thin and pull it out just a little bit. How's that shape look compared to other reference images of him? It's pretty square. He's pretty square. Hard pick. And if we go with that, then we need to transition to gray right away. Otherwise I would. These compound angles, they like to strike when they can. Let's see. I have an idea, as always. Just gonna take one step at a time. And it's gonna involve me being off screen just a little bit to grab some pieces. Everyone having a good stream? Good stream so far? You all enjoying yourselves? Having so much fun? Let's see. I'm trying to keep my math in my head straight, because it is, I'm trying to plan a lot with just loose pieces in my hand. like a lot of brackets, a lot of messiness. All right, so we got 2 tall brackets, 1 tall brackets, all of which are drooping. Some 1x1 plates and some 1x1 cheese slopes in reds and grays all around. So I'm going to start with our big bracket. And I'm going to put red plate on top, gray plate on bottom. Then I'm going to do the brackets facing the same way, and cheese wedges facing outwards. That's a lot, but, and I will have to get rid of his arms again. They're in the way at the moment. But this gives us bracket to bracket, and now we can have everything be off by a little. I need 1 more plate. I need 1 more plate. So let me get 1 more plate. And if this doesn't work, we're going to use some regular snot bricks. And I'm not going to say anyone has to say anything specific in chat, but like sometimes it's just weird stuff that comes through. All right, so yeah, this is gonna, that's already clipping. Hitting ever so lightly. And we're gonna do snot bricks, the good old headlight bricks. I'm surprised I don't have that one in red. Yeah, the 1x1 with the stud on the side. I don't see nothing. I don't see nothing. Oh, but these aren't gonna look good either. They got the big holes in the back. I mean, it will buy us a lot of space, but is it good space? Classic space is some good space. Yeah, I'm going to figure out something else there. All right, there's bot number 4. Saying the exact same thing. Exact same thing as the rest. Oh boy. Having a field day. All right, so if I can't use the brick I want to, I do know of the double-sided brick. And with the double-sided brick, we're just gonna keep moving along. Not worry about not having the right color or right shape in the back. Just enough for the front to cooperate. Oh, Twitch did crash out. That's the first time in a long time it's done that. Look at that, just enough clearance. Just enough. Okay. Although with his face is gonna be about another 2 plates down. I probably could have had this all be red. And then we'll transition to a different color. Okay. So I've made an oops. Oopsie doops. Let me fix that by getting these snot bricks out of here too. And see if I have 2 wide red snot bricks. Oh, and of course I do, but I only have the ones that are double-sided. I see a single one that's one-sided. Oh, I might have more. I do have more. Cool, 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 cool. Cool, 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 cool. All right. And with that, we can also just do 2 wide cheese slopes. Worry about so much less. So much less. All right. I'm going to attach all that. Happy days, oh happy days. And I want to give him that 1 plate difference. Space him out by a plate. Yep, we're going to kind of replicate the lines on his body with just the gap. Because if I try to fill it, it won't be filled all the way around, and that won't look very good. So we're just going to do partial, like so. But it has plenty of clearance for the face to rotate. All right. Yeah, that top is so flat. Really not a fan of that. But again, to use these bricks, I mean, you'd really trim down the side, which I don't think would be terrible. I think it is supposed to be about 2/3 wide. Yeah, on some images, it almost looks as wide as his head, his face. And then we might add some other details here. He's kind of like a, I don't know what you call that, but like a little vent thing that latches onto his face. We're gonna do some trickery to allow that to go around the face itself. And then his arms can go back roughly around here, which honestly isn't too bad. That's not too bad. That's about the right height we want. Again, just wish these sides were a little more curved. Like, I could switch to these curved bricks, and then you have such a long flat top. That's my issue right now. It's just flat for so long. Like, we can try. Ooh. Try these curves. See how they look. But it's that top that bothers me. Like, I don't know if that looks better or not. Because now it's just a real quick short curve. We need a nice big long bow. There's not a lot of options for that. Not a lot. Let's see. What can we do? Alright, I suppose we start making our way to the next part. I wish I knew what cylinders I wanted to do for the lower arms. So I built some 3x3 cylinders before. And I can think of a few that uses some of these curves. I don't have a whole lot, such as these. Make some decent cylinders out of these. 2x2 curve brick, curve strokes. You can get 4 of them in a pattern. But that's not going to help us because I have very little of those. And we could have these curve bricks, but they get too big. I don't know if you count this. It's a bit messy. A bit messy. This is our duder so far. Let's see if we can get. Just try to work on his lower torso for now. Which he has those big bolts at his midsection. So I might start with that. We're gonna do some more of the round tiles, and I'm gonna get the one with just the hole in it. I'm gonna extend it by a plate. Which it looks like I might have to do some digging for. Oh no, I see him. I see him. Two by two round plates. 2 by 2 round tiles and 1 by 1 round plates. We're just gonna stack the plate and the tile. And we're gonna put the base of the inverted one right there. Well, put the 1 by 1 in backwards. Call it good there. And we can put these down roughly here. They need to be angled. It's gonna be the tricky part. And then we're also gonna want him to be curved. And fill in everything in between. So if we do, let's see, if we do another 2 bricks here, we'll have a plate and a half below his head. So I might just do might just do an orange, not an orange, a red tile below him and fill in the rest with gray. We'll want one strip of light gray right here. So to do that, kind of got some engine looking details there. Which is gonna be hard to get with just some smaller wedges. Just barely fit in there. So I might try to get a slope out here. And we're gonna put a big curve in the front. Those are gonna be the tricky ones. Tricky. Yeah. Yep. We just get something right in there. Okay. Let's get to work on it. Let's get to work. Kind of have an idea of using these. I find these very annoying because they're so common. They were introduced roughly Power Miners, Exoforce around that time. Just started scattering them everywhere. But I'm going to use it backwards. I think would look really good right there. Just kind of make it as the transition piece. And we could even probably inset it by 1. I just don't know if we'd have clearance as usual. We could probably possibly move it forward a bit, but then the math's gonna start getting real messy. Yeah, it's all this clearance now we gotta apply. And then attaching it is also going to be quite the hassle. So let us trying to see what other spots can connect via. So this might be, I'm going to try putting a plate in there and then just immediately go into a snot brick. And we'll see how that fits. And using the hole in the snot brick, we're actually going to jumper the build over by one. And looking at our spacing, I think I'll also go with a headlight brick. So it recedes just by half a plate. So we're going to put headlight brick right side the middle of our engine piece. And then that will go right in there. Now jumpered. It doesn't quite give enough space just because the studs do not give clearance for when the face smears by. Otherwise, it's fairly close. It was a good attempt. Good attempt. But not quite what we need. I would need to recess it by another half plate. At least. Which at that rate, you got really almost nothing to connect it to. Almost. It's not out of the picture just yet. So if I can get that connected, we might be in business. We might. I'm gonna do some wacky things here. Get real wacky with it. And once we do that, I'm thinking we'll have a connection point. But we'll see. We will see. So my thought is the 1x1 round with the bar sticking out sideways. And some of these plates with the holes in them. Once we have those, actually, I only need one. And then I can use a regular brick. Act hollow. So we have 1x1 plate with bar. Put it underneath. And then that will also be hidden away inside a full brick. Might just switch out that full brick later. But for now, we will once again put it halfway through into the engine piece. And now, should be another half plate back. And we have full clearance. Huzzah! Huzzah! All right, but as it stands right now, we have little to no connection points for everything else. So that's wonderful. Also, from certain pressure points, it is still grinding up against that. So we'll have to play around with it. At the very least, we need to figure out how this is all going to finish back up to the other side of the build. For now, I'll get a couple more brackets, and we're just going to start building out his back. His back might have to hold the whole thing together. Oh, especially, yeah, without the arms having full connections. I need to play around just a tad more. I want to see if this bar will still connect. That's what I was worried about. If I use a Technic brick, there's a half plate gap, which isn't horrendous. I don't think we want that, because it pushes it. I mean, it would match it up with the bricks, so maybe we do want that. Problem is, I don't know if that's half plate or not. It looks to be a little bit more, which would throw a lot off. However, I think I know the solution for this. I wanted to avoid using them because they're a little hard to get at the moment, but there are the 1x1 bricks with the one stud on side. I think that is what we want. I think that has enough hollow space at the bottom that it won't interfere. So let me grab a couple of those. Just a couple. A couple more to go. Alright. I'll be back on camera in just a bit. I should have some. I've been trying to pick them up when I can. Yes, they are quite hollow on the other side. I'm going to grab a couple more pieces so we can replicate this on the other side and have it be fully fleshed out. And then we need some brackets to continue what we were doing before. And for now, I'll just give those some basic plates. All right. So, I'm just gonna give the plates, the brackets. Oh, this is backwards. All right, we got our slopes from before. We have new plates and brackets that we're just gonna kind of mirror on the opposite side. And that's too close. So, we're gonna put a 1x2 plate underneath. And hopefully that will give us our clearance back for the back. Yes. All right. So, oh! Was that one? We'll count that one. I don't know where it went though. Oh, under my chair. Under my chair. Another one. All right. Bracket, 1x2 plate. 2x2 plate. It's gonna go right on the back side. And then he will have the, he won't look the best from the back, but I'll at least get it closer. Because putting a tile across should be fine, but if I want to indent it in the middle again, it's going to start gliding. So for now though, this holds it in place. And we can put these 1x2 bricks with a single stud out the sides, which will give us our arm connections back. And we'll use these hollow studs right underneath. Once that is complete, we can now take our engine with the bar sticking out and we'll face them inwards. And we'll make sure to do that for both sides. Okay. Not too shabby. Shabby-oody. Makes me wish I had a nice big tile to put back here, but nothing odd number that sized. But yeah, right now, we got that. Everything still just works. Cool. And then his arms can go right here. Kind of giving me Electric State vibes, just a little bit. That's how cheery he is. Again, not happy about the yellow. And kind of wanting to put maybe the bright yellow in the middle. I don't know. Oh, neon yellow. Neon yellow would be great. But I don't think most of those pieces come in neon yellow yet. Unfortunate. It would be great to use it there. Alright, now we have that. We can start honing in his bottom, which I think will involve a lot of dark gray. I don't know why this image is so tall. There we go. All right. So we're gonna need, probably gonna do another brick below it, just so I can connect this back up. And then we'll have our little cylinders at the bottom to round out the base of his torso. And then I think we'll just use a kind of a snot brick connection for the center. So to start that off, let's get a 2x4 plate with Technic holes and 2x2 round plate with an axle hole, just so if we need to lock something in place, we can later. And then we want some curved slopes. I grabbed the wrong ones. It took so much effort to get that drawer out, and then I realized, oh wait, I want the one above it. And then I'm going to use some inverted slopes to reconnect that top portion. And we're going to use some headlight bricks too, but I'll give that a moment. These are the slopes I picked up. And the headlights are up here. Behind the camera, I have my pick a brick box with gray headlight bricks. Just want 4. And we're actually going to use them for their inverted stud, or their anti-stud, on the back side of the brick. Put these back. Okay. I just need to get all the math right and not screw this up. Because what I want, I don't have the plates out for right now. Yeah, we're gonna do something a little wild here. However, the connection is tight, as it always is. So I think what we'll do instead is we might build the whole thing upside down on the bottom. Just the whole shebang to set things right. The biggest issue I'm having right now is that there's still a little bit of clippage here with the base of the face. So we still need another like 2 plates before we can attach anything, securely at least. So I was hoping to plug a headlight brick right into this, but I won't have enough space to do anything. What I might go with instead, well, I'm going to do some digging for it. Looking for the 2x2 plate with the little Technic extension. I might not have that in dark gray. It might not exist in dark gray. Oh. But I can always be a liar. I saw one at the very bottom. There will only be one of the two of these, but it's a start. Oh, found one on the way. Cool. Just gotta find that hidden one, the hidden gem at the bottom of the Lego basket. Parts are flying out. Alright, where was it again? Right here. Aha. I didn't even get the one I was looking for. Just digging for it though. Found me another. Another one on the board. And we'll slide these over here as our table gets even messier. So now we have this awful connection, but it works. And I might have to move some things around. Basically, we're going to use this to connect to the lower body. Yeah, and as it stands, this is not at all what we want. As it stands, this is not even remotely close. Let me put this one here. So now we're working on a lot of weird math, a lot of numbers. Like we're working on odd number planes. We're offset by half plates. And so much else going on. So I actually need to get rid of this Technic brick because it's not an odd number, which is very inconvenient for what we're working on. And instead, I'm going to use a couple of these Technic plates for 1x5 with the actual hole in the middle. And from there, we now have this little cradle. So as it stands, is this right? Is this the right amount of measurement? It is. If I connect it this way, that is legal. That is correct. However, not like it's going to make for a lot of ugly cover-ups later if we just attach this as is. I do have the idea how we can fix this though. For starters, it turns out we don't need these headlight bricks. Now that they're incredibly locked in there. Hurting my hand trying to get them out. I definitely cut some of the skin open. Whoopsies! But we're gonna reverse these. We can connect them with other means. So let me grab those. I'm gonna grab different kind of snot brick and some plates to fill them in. These are the 2x2 plates with studs going up, and they have a little notch in the back, so we're going to fill that up. And we're going to use our 5x plates on top. That way we'll have a nice sturdy Technic connection later. But from here, we can now connect these two outer plates. And if I just take off one of these for now, there we go. We can attach this down here and this back up here. incredibly hard to get the hands in there. Maybe I do it a little differently. Let's do it a little differently, shall we? So we're going to connect them this way from the base, going up. Attach that there and there, and there and there. We're going to get our engines back on, and we can slide this right on in now. There's that. He's a little boxy. I'm not a big fan of the boxy nature, but this gets us incredibly close. Or I could put a brick in there. Probably put something at the very base so he's locked in, his head's locked in, even though it spins. I'm just trying to think if there's a way we can redo this connection right here. Because as it stands, he's very, very squared off. I don't really like that. See? Yeah, because he should be really angled in at this point. Looking at the reference images. Also incredibly difficult to rotate the head, which is why I might want to pull off the top of the head so we can just kind of spin it freely. Let's see. What do we want to do? What do we want to do here? Now we go from this one wide. Yeah, it's tough. It's stuffy. I wonder if we could do. Ooh. So we also want to attach these. And these should be sunken in a lot more. I'm just spinning the head trying to think. What can we do? What can we do? Yeah, I think I'm gonna scratch this bottom. Oh, completely blow him up. He didn't deserve it. Get that arm off too. Don't need that at the moment. Okay, so we want this distance, and theoretically we can achieve that with our friends and family headlight bricks, or just regular snot bricks. But for now, instead of using these rounded ones we were doing, we shall use, wherever I have them, I think there's some over here. Half plate, half tile, full monstrosity 2x2s. And from there, we'd still be on our grid, so we can later attach to the back. So we were working at half a plate off, which is just going to throw a lot of things for a loop. Yeah, and this does give us a bit more to work with. Although it doesn't need to be these flat tile ones either. Unless I want to use headlights off the back, which I could. Could do that. does mean all of our, just everything really, is off when we're going to connect back to the back. Because now this is half a plate lower than what these are set up for up here. Which isn't terrible. Hold on. That could work. That could work. The problem is, how do we fit a bracket in there now? So now it's, oh boy. I have oh, we always have ideas. Oh, we always have ideas. No, because the bracket needs to be sunk down is the issue. What we're running into now. Whew. We have entered a mess of a build. This could still be 5 wide. And it'd be sunken back enough to add these. But man, oh man. Let me try to put a bracket back here for now. See what that lines up with. Actually, it wouldn't even be a bracket at that point. It'd be a full-on brick. Oh no. Oh no. What have we done? Hold on. I just started thinking about it. This is now full brick in thickness. So you could do snot brick there. That might be what we go with. Might be what we go with. Let's see where my thought was a second ago. Yeah, we're gonna go with snot brick for now. Because that shouldn't collide. And then we're gonna flip our headlights the other way. Okay, I think I got something. I think I have what we need. Wow, it's like I called out the bots and they calmed down. I can't wait to be bombarded later instead. For now, I'm gonna grab some larger tiles. They're not gonna be super helpful right now, or for later, but for now, they will allow me to do this. And voila, our connection is lined back up from the back. So we'll have a nice sturdy connection. Let's just get everything back to attached. An attachment on the back. Let's see, one that way. And look at this, we get to keep the headlight bricks. Isn't that fun? I thought they were gonna get banished, but no. Shall keep them. They're our friends. Alright. Now, the struggle bus will be, center is here. Right here is the center. My pinky is touching. Now I'm just pointing at it. Between the headlights, the center point right there. And to go from 5 to halfway between the two studs is a nightmare. So we'd have to like jumper this over. Which, I mean, we do have room for. But would that be worth doing, is the question. Would that be worth doing? I guess for now, we just need to start making room and connecting these bitty bits. Let's see. we can do this down the middle. Do some just regular snot bricks. And from there, we'll want to put a jumper and then connect this up. So let's get that taken care of. Let's get that taken care of. I'm going to use the fancy schmancy new 3 long jumper so I can connect those 2 studs together. And then I'm going to just use a plate to fill in the gap. This will help us get right to it. Our curve, plate, jumper, go right in here. That locks all that in together. And we'll need to put these in here at an angle at some point. How that's going to connect is beyond me. All right. All right, more ideas are forming. More ideas, more ideas. For starters, we're not going to make those regular snot bricks. We're going to do the one with 4 sides. And then I'm going to get myself another 2x3 tile. So we have a connection point that's back towards the top. Back towards the head, the body. And then we'll have some towards the bottom too, which will re-secure that bit. And from there, I think I will I'll plate the sides first. Lock those all in together. Then I put our headlight brick, not headlight, ooh, our whatever you want to call this brick. The snot brick with all 4 sides. And we can reconnect our jumper connection. We're just going to plate off the bottom. Yeah, just poke his head out for now. We don't want you in there. You're in the way. Beautiful. And now this tile can go right in there. Fill in that gap just a tad. Like usual, just a wee bit. We'll try sliding his head back in right now. Oh, it's tight. Oh, it's tight. Maybe from the front. There we go. Now we have that. That's a little better. It's all locked in. Like I said, we want to get this right here. Wedge right in there. That's the tricky part. There's not a lot of space for just about anything. Can't connect to this plate, so we'll remove clearance from that. Let's see what we can think of. I'm gonna try to get the plate with bar sticking out of it again. I just want to see if it fits between the notches of the rounded plate, and it does. So I'll grab 2 of those. Diggy diggy. The never-ending search for the next part. What will it be? Oh, if I didn't already tell you, you wouldn't know. Alright, so we did take this rounded plate, which has these little notches in it for the studs, and this bar sticking out of the 1x1 round. And we're just going to line that up with that notch so that there's clearance coming right from the center. And now, when I connect it here, I have ever so slight bar connection coming out the bottom. So then the trick is going to be, how do we use this? Come right back. Oh, there's bot number 5. For anyone keeping track at home. We're up to 5. 2 hours in. That's lovely. That's so lovely of Kick. I just love advertising their bots. And it's like, it's a different bot each day too. Like, they've previously advertised like, oh, you should get bots for your stream and fill it out. And then there's all these ones that are like, oh, you should come check out these Discords. W stream, lol. W stream. Kick really is such a mess, isn't it? Not as messy as me trying to figure out how to connect this bar. I think I'm gonna have to go with the battle droid arm or something to accentuate it, and then clip it in somewhere else. Something along those lines. So if I used a regular clip, it wouldn't want to turn. And I know people want the 1x1 round with bar on end. Different bar on end than this one. The one that's parallel. Perpendicular. Opposite of this. You'll want that one in clip formats. And that might be going a little too far. Perhaps. I also need an image of what the rest of his lower body looks like. I know it gets skinnier. Oh, it gets super duper skinny. Then yeah, he has tiny little groins with 2 legs. But I wanted to put a pivot in there. I'm starting to think I might not have that as an option. Maybe instead of using these plates, we put some tiles in there. We can round them off. And let me pull off the back tiles. Oh, we can't move those in one. Alright, thinking about switching these big bricks in the back to 1 wide variants. Just so we can get the outer smoothed out just a little. Oh boy. Here's the fun part. Here's my drawer of the 1 wide variants. So just gonna carefully scoop out one at a time. There we go, there's some red ones. If it has a function, I usually store those in the same container. Otherwise, I typically do prefer sorting by color. But since these are all a certain kind of snot brick, it's just convenient to get them all in one spot. All right, we got our red ones. And we're gonna use that to bridge this awkward gap. And keep it even further awkward, we're gonna switch these big, no, we can still use these big tiles. We can still use them. They're just gonna go like this. Might do some shaping here. Does the head still spin just fine? It's so hard to tell. I really do need to do like an external mechanism for him. We might take a break to do that right now. So otherwise, it's not fun to build right now. Not fun at all. Not fun to deal with. Oh, that might give him an extra connection point. Yeah, let's get a couple more of other bricks. Some other things. Start wrapping things together. All right, let's get the head work done. To do that, let's get these everything breaking apart. Pull off the lats. Put that done. Just gonna fix a few things. I have no idea where these parts of the back go. Just gonna move the arms out. Reattach some of this stuff. Even though I'll probably pull it right back off to rework the head. But for now, all right. So we're gonna put a hole straight through his head. So we can put a little twist knob at the top. We'll do that. Like I said, we're gonna take off these sides. Just as I planned. These four are the same, so we'll take these off. We'll know exactly where to put them back. All right. Now, the tricky part is going to be, I can think of the perfect piece. The problem is, I don't know if it exists in red. I certainly don't have it. So we're gonna do a bunch of other stuff instead. Through a few plates. 1 by 2 tiles. 1 by 1 tile. Pro plates. And a couple of other plates. L plate and 1 by 2 plate. So the piece that would help me right now the most is the piece that's basically these two combined. Is that shape, the U-shaped one. The problem is, I don't think that comes in red. If it does, I don't own it yet. I barely own that piece to begin with. So we're gonna do a bunch of other swap-roomies and see what just fits the best. So for starters, Let's put these pieces back in. And then I think we'll put our L plate this away. So that way it can connect to this piece and this. That's a little stronger now. And I can't put a plate back in. We want to keep our one slot hole right there. Now, my next issue is I want to keep that hole there, but I also want it to thread something through that can connect off the top and rotate. Problem is, once I do that, there won't be much of a connection to the head itself. We really need a hollow stud there, but we can't because of the front, or the red face. And by hollow stud, I was thinking a 4x4, or a 1x1 with 4 studs on sides. So to get that to thread through, and then also rotate, it's quite the mess. But everything's a mess, isn't it? Isn't it always a mess? Let's see. So I could just put cylinder bricks and what I want on top, but if I do that, we lose stability. We lose what stability we have. Problem is I can't think of anything to replace this with that would still hold everything together. What a predicament. What a predicament. I could do some dumb clip shenanigans. I'd rather not. That would risk the whole thing being weak. And it's already a little flimsy. You can hear that on camera, on mic. It's a little flimsy. So yeah, we might have to just go with the way I was thinking. Hope that the stud connection is strong enough. We can hope. We can hope. So I'm gonna do a hollow stud, and we're gonna thread a bar through. In hopes that that might be enough. The stud's pretty securely on there, at the very least. And we'll do a little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little bit hip hop, hippity hep hep a dang. We're gonna do a 2x2 round tile. We're gonna play in the fact that I think this guy's a DJ. The artist it's based on. So we are going to kind of put like a record on his head. And I need some plates to fill in the gaps. 1 second on those. Alright, so real quickly, awkwardly fill in these gaps. Just the little ones at the top of his head, all aside from the one hole. And we can tile that back off. All the stuff I picked up earlier. And then, actually, instead of that center one being a stud with hole, I think I'm going to do a larger piece. Might go with the dishes we were using earlier. I'm going to hope that has plenty of single stud clutch since it's smaller. Maybe. So this will allow us to just push it all the way up and cap that off with a dish. And then voila, you can remotely spin it. Not my favorite, not the best, but it does work. It does work. He does have a little hat that he shouldn't have. Maybe I should make that red so it blends in a little better. We saw some red ones earlier. Used them for the arms, I believe. If I can not have a monsoon of parts flying out. There we go. I'm just gonna take the camera with me and show you all just the monstrosities of parts that are just there. There. Remotely switches faces. I like that. It's nice and controllable. Okay. But now we gotta get back on track and rebuild his entire body from where we were. From where we were. There's this piece next. It's the tile facing the front. See, still freely moves in there. And now it's loose, but that's fine. Once he's standing, he shouldn't move a whole lot. These tiles in the back. Don't know how I'm going to close out that middle spot. But for now, we can put more. Oh, my plan was to put these headlight brick, or not headlights. These are just regular snot bricks. We should be able to fit here and avoid clearance, like so. Now I want to use some rounded tiles here to finish off his circular bottom. Problem is, once we start doing that, I run out of connection points very quickly. Let's try it. I think I have somewhat of a solution for the rest. Yes, I'm gonna have to do what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna have to do what I do. Do the do. Keep looking back and doubting myself. But we got this, we got this. And a 1x4 tile to fill in the rest. So, my plan was to put these round tiles here, which will help lock in the back with the front, and help round out his whole lower area. Oh, this connection point doesn't want to go. There we go. And then it did want to go. Now you may be wondering, how How do we do a good connection from this? I suppose I could just use those little holes right there. That actually might be better. I was thinking of filling them with these two, but then that would only be one stud connections to one stud connection, and then so on and so forth. Dang it. There's another one for the camera. But if we do it from here, we could just thread some bars through, and that can connect to the next part. Still did not solve this thing for his sides. A later issue, I suppose. We'll try something real quick. Real quickie dicky. Oh good, I had a couple. Oh hey, I have all the parts on top of the pile. What a major convenience. Not planned or anything. Okay, these won't work as well as I want them to. But it's still worth the try. I wanted to... Just kind of disjoint it. Grinding up on something now, but I think that's more so to do with the fact that it's not as tight as it once was. I don't know. Anyways, I mean, it's a placeholder at the very least. You can angle if you want, but I don't think that quite looks good. Alternatively, I got this bar here. Oh hey! Oh look at that! It's bot number 6. Wow! Incredible. Like, who would actually fall for that? They're all exactly the same. This one didn't put the last message in though. How dare it? How dare it be a lazy bot? It only did the first 3 messages to spam my chat. Yeah, so I got that much. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Put the arms on. Look at that, that's some progress. Shows the good camera. Yeah, it's still a bit far. It's pretty good. Oh, hold on. I didn't show off the play function now. Yeah, he's angry now. He's happy now. Back and forth. Just gotta leave it. Set it, forget it. I mean, I like these positionings for them down below. These big bolts, discs, whatever you want to call them. Speaker-like, almost. But they look like they're metal. I like them there, but they just... I don't know. I don't know. Alright, so these connections, it's a trade-off of I can leave them where they're at, or I can center them. Centering them would weaken it. But whichever way I do it, it's still not a centralized point for the whole thing to pivot. That does suck. I guess he just won't be able to pivot, is the thing. However, we need to work on his lower body. I don't think any of these images really help with that. Well, that one's cut off. And then the artistic ones are just kind of really far away. So I have the one image to work off of. The statue of him. The statue of robot. I have ideas, as always. Just trying to think if there's a way I can connect this out the bottom. Because it really is trapped in there with the headlight brick coming from the other side. So I'd have to do some really dumb like bar connections instead. At that rate, I might as well just do these. Let's just connect these in. And then what I'm going to do, we're going to make a little funky crotch section. Funky boy. All right. What I am thinking won't work. Never mind. You don't know what the idea was. You don't need to know how bad it was. Okay. We need proper connections for his legs. I'm gonna come back to the image. I need to see. Look closely. So he's pretty much got a cylinder across the bottom. I think I know how we're gonna do that. With magic. We're gonna do some weird bar rotations. Kinda. Socket rotation. Whatever you want to call it. And then I want to I need that 1x2 by 1 2/3 with studs on two sides. I don't have any of those. I know I don't. So instead, I'm gonna do some messy slopes. And by messy slopes, I mean real messy slopes. But it should work. It should just work. And then I'm gonna do 1x1 rounds. Oh, not that. We want. I'll show you all in just a second, as usual. And I think I got all the parts I need. Oh, hold on, one more. One more. Okay. So what we're gonna do? It's not brick with 4 sides. We're gonna put the bar in the bar hole of the stud and attach a 3 long plate to that. We're gonna put those in the bottom of our studs McGee. That's nice and strong now. It can pivot. It can even pivot. It won't be able to pivot in a moment though. We're gonna put. Nope, not that. We're gonna put a D-snot piece facing one way, D-snot base facing the other way, under this tile. That's gonna connect right to the front of the lats. And then we're gonna put this braided piece here, and this other one on the opposite side. Now, honestly, I should probably just do the same for the other side, but I'm being cheap, and I'm just going to cover the other 2 sides with tiles. Actually, I think I'll cover the back tile with a 2x3 tile, because it does look like he has a little bit more in the back. Got a little more going on in the trunk. And this should help fill that out. Keep it from being super square. So let me grab that boy. And that's going to be placed right here on the back. And now we have this doohickey, which can go right in here. Boom. He's got a little shorty bottom. A little dinky thinky. And then we have our connection points for the legs, which we're going to have to keep the legs as low as possible. We don't want it to go any higher than this. He's got nice gap between his hips and his torso. We're going to have to watch out for that. Oh, and then for a second there, this was twisting. It was fine. Oh, again, shouldn't be twisting. Shouldn't be. If it is, then that's my mistake. Okay. I mean, this whole tile shouldn't be red, but that's what's helped locking in the snot bricks in there. Okay. That's some good progress so far. I'm going to get a sip of water as I look at the reference images a bit more. Ooh, nice and cold. Definitely want more. But looking at that boy right here. Herm-de-herm. Kind of want to switch out some of these parts inside his head, try to tighten it up just a little bit more. Problem is, oh, now it's actually really strong. Jeez. There we go. Well, that didn't quite help. I want all of that out. I want all of it out. I think I'm going to switch it out for a different disc piece. It won't look the most accurate, but this one should be able to lock it in better. Yeah, now his head doesn't want to be flimsy. He just kind of rotates. I like new play features, yeah. This is not a big ugly knob. I mean, it is, but it's at least the same colors. Okay. All right. Now we either need to do legs or arms. And I still cannot remember, for the life of me, a good 3x3 cylinder idea for the arms. So we might have to go with something close to a cylinder. Close. I was thinking some things, but still off in one way or another. Any funky monkey pieces? Not really. Again, like this. I mean, you could use these big cylinders, but I think that's too big. I think it needs to be 3 studs wide. There's a perfect piece for that. And I know it doesn't come in red yet. 3x3 cylinder, it's like two bricks tall? 2? Maybe 2? I have all my shapely pieces on me, I believe. but I shall browse what I have on the shelves. We don't want to do cones, we just want chunky cylinder. Oh, you know what? There is one that comes to mind. This is how I'm going to build mine at least. And I know what pieces we can use instead of this for the final product, but I don't, like I said, I don't have them. So we're just going to do these instead. I just do 4 of these slope pieces, like so. On the final thing, I'd like to do the 4 wide curves and just stagger those together. But I think this will just have to do. It's octagonal, it's not a circle, and it's going to have some slightly weird ridges, but it will be closer to a 3x3 circle. And I'm just going to make this real easy on myself and use 4x4 or 1x1s with 4 studs on all sides. And all I'm going to do is attach one on one end, one on the other end, and then enclose it. Because this should be incredibly strong on its own. Unnecessary to add any internal bars or anything to those. And then we have a stud to work on each end and a bar hole for when we want to connect it to the body. There we go. Now I think I'm gonna do a double joint because we want him to have plenty of posability in the arms. And he has a really cool joint design on the robot itself, which we won't be able to completely replicate here because like I said, I want to do double joint for posability. But we'll put some discs on the outside, make it look nice. Although I could use my Exaforce design for his joints. I think I'll do a mix between the one I had in mind and the Exaforce ones. That way it's a double joint that looks like a single joint. I think that'll look the best. Then it's a win-win. And one more piece for the elbow. And then as per usual, I'll get right back to the camera so I can show you what I'm working on. All right. Start with a 2x2 plate, round, corner tile in the corner. We're gonna put stud with bar facing each way, and then one more round in the middle, so that way if the bar needs to, it can get really close to it, really far. And then we're gonna cap it off with a tile, with a circular design. And now we have this really nice, sturdy joint with dual parts where it's bending. As long as you're not playing around too much with it like I did just a second ago. You're not retightening it. Should stay together. So we're just going to repeat that for this joint, for the other arm. And then I'm going to bend them kind of at 90 degrees. I might need to move these to be the closer ones. Well, we'll see. We'll see. That's pretty good. That is pretty good. Flip this around. I kind of want the tile facing outwards. Be the most camera friendly. These do put a lot of weight on that single stud holding the arms up. So we might have to go with a different design for that. But for now. There's also that gap down there I want to fill in. That's a bit too much for me. Which we could do just by reseating that brick that's in there. Yeah, I think I will reseed those bricks. Also for the fact that, oh, didn't lose it. Just fell off for a second. Also for the fact that the front of the hand should be flush too. So we might want to come up with a different design for these. I want to do it simplicity. So I think we're gonna have to do. It's gonna be tight. It's gonna be real tight. So let's do there and there. Oh, if I can get that in there. Oh, didn't drop it. Didn't drop it, folks. Keep it there and there. Now we have this, so I can have the front be flush. And we have that, which hopefully still connects. Nope. Not enough space. All right. Well, this might be a bust for the arm then. Because no matter what I do at this rate, it won't be flush. Unless I do something like that, but then there's nothing's gonna be connecting this side. Also, that didn't solve what we wanted to do. I am the fool. What could we do? What could we do? Something somewhere. Over here, over there. Yeah, 3-sided. No, 4-sided. Too tall would be perfect, but that's not a thing yet. That's not a thing. Alright, so at the very least, we're going to reseed. Oh, we already tried reseeding one. Oh, darn. Shucky darns. Yeah, this cylinder is not ideal. Not ideal. So we do this. We have a big gap there. Big gap where it shouldn't be. And it does make me wonder, can we do... Oh, this won't look great. But nothing so far really does, you know? You know. Kind of get that outer cover. It's not bad. problem is this spot right up here. Methinks idea. Another is sprouting right before our eyes. Okay. We're gonna go back to what we had. That and that. I'm gonna grab the what's them called? D-snots. And we're gonna grab one more slope type. And then I think we're good. And I know exactly how we can replace these when we get to the finalized design on Studio. Make it a little cleaner than what I have to do here. But for now, we are going to extend the one side, and it's going to look like it covers the joint just a bit. So we're going to build little wedges. I'm going to actually make two different ones here because I grabbed two different slopes, but I'm lazy and I'm not going to look for a second of one to the other. Little wedges like that, one brick tile on top. Now this higher brick, we're just going to attach this one D-snot piece to, and we're going to make sure the D-snot is facing outwards. So we're going to attach our other slopes. We're going to have this one connect to the D-snot and be out one more, still have two connection points. And then we can take our little wedge and it's going to fill in that front gap. No, he's got that. He's got that going. You can still bend his arm nice and wide. And then we just gotta repeat the same thing on the other side. So it will bring his hands, the octagon part, flush with him, but I don't think that's a big deal since it's not a circle to begin with. Not losing a whole lot. Alright, once again, connect 3 of the slopes, and then the last one, let's move back one, wedge in the front. And he's got that nice little cover over it. Alright, now the grueling part, because this is not holding. This is not holding. Oh, I'd like it to be this diamond shape that he has on some of the reference images. Yeah, I'd like it to have this diamond shape, but I can't think of a way to keep the arms on stable. Sturdy birdie. Yeah, that's gonna want to break. Diamond just doesn't quite do it. I'm thinking of just putting a snot brick in there and making this squared off. That doesn't look good. It doesn't look good compared to the diamond. Oh, later problem. We'll come back to that one. Let's get to the hands though. The hands are next. And then his arms are done. So he got 3 big boy fingers. Bends in 3 different joints. I don't think we'll go as far as that. But his hands are big. I'm thinking we just cop out and use these big round pieces. He can't do finger guns, but he can do the curled fingers then. I'm thinking we cop out and just do that. We'll probably use a little bit of extension in 2 different directions. Awful. Not awful, not great though. Yeah, not sure on that one. Oh, I didn't realize this was up the whole time. Whoopsies. I'm trying to think how one of these big joints. Big mechanical joints. I just have to look through a bunch of red pieces. Once again, I have something in mind, but I don't think they'll work that well. I have something even better in mind that will work well, but I'm 99% sure I don't have the piece. Which is the 1x1 with bar on two sides. That would give us very bendy little fingers. And it comes in gray, so that would look good for the joints. Question, how do I get several parts to make stuff? You asking about just getting parts in general? There's usually a good handful of options. Your most straightforward is Lego.com. They have bricks and pieces. Yeah, parts in general. There is bricks and pieces, or the old pick-a-brick service on Lego.com. That's your most straightforward. It's not the cheapest stuff, but you can get a lot of bulk and a lot of quantity and good goes. The general place that a lot of builders like to use is bricklink.com. It is a third-party site that's actually now owned by Lego. So if you use that, you'll find a lot of individual sellers. Yeah, one place called Bricklink. It's individual sellers, but they will mark down if the pieces are new or used. And there you can get a lot of stuff cheaper, but you might have to buy from multiple stores to get what parts you need in particular. So those are two good online options. There's also, you might need to search around your location. There will be Bricks and Minifigs is a store where they'll have kind of like the pick-a-brick wall, where it's individual pieces, but they'll just have whole piles of just random brick. You have to do a lot of digging to find what you need, but you can get a lot of stuff for real cheap there. That's probably your cheapest option. And then there is the Lego stores themselves. They have pick-a-brick walls. And then it comes down to certain mom and pop shops. I've known a few that have done similar things where it's just like fill a cup full of pieces and then you just buy it by the cup, things like that. So there's a few options out there. Hopefully those will help whatever you're working on. Yeah, Bricklink is usually the go-to just because there's so many stores to choose from. You can also set up your own like wish lists, so that way set up a wish list and then you can buy by the wish list and it'll try to find you the closest store that has everything you need, and then you can like slowly accumulate it over time too. You like building a lot of things, some swords, robots, mechanisms. Currently trying to make your own guns that use bullet casings and ejects them. It also shoots. Oh yes, building the mechanical stuff. For that, you'll probably have a better chance on Bricklink over Lego Pick-a-Brick, because Technic pieces can be fairly expensive. And by fairly expensive, very expensive. 40 cents a piece is pretty rough, US cents. So definitely would recommend Bricklink, but it just also comes down to uncertain if the store you're looking at will have what you need. You've already made some mechanism that has the casing and holds the casing. And it lets the inside shoot out instead of both. Oh, good. Wow, that's awesome. That's a cool mechanism to incorporate. That only fires the one part of the bullet. Like a real bullet. But Lego. It's okay, it's plastic. You'll be fine. You'll be safe. Let's see. Might have to go simplified on the fingers. I want to add double joints, but I cannot do that with the parts I have on hand. Yep, you just like mechanical stuff, like actual moving parts. I do too. A moving build definitely helps it stand out at shows, from my experience. Plus, it brings the builds to life. And I love when people can incorporate mechanisms that aren't just your standard spin, because that's what the motors already do. But adding beyond that is great. That's what you're currently studying for, mechanical engineering. Oh, congratulations. Yeah, that is a great thing to go into. It is, mechanical engineering can be applied to so many different things. So that is a good one. I went for business, law, and accounting, and that didn't really help me out too much. There's plenty of jobs out there for it, but it was not the wisest decision. But I've also been a person that just kind of doesn't have a drive or passion for anything in particular. So it was kind of short-ended there too. But good luck in your studies for mechanical engineering. That should be a real good one. And it translates really well to Lego. All right, I'm getting kind of an archaic hand going. Kinda. Won't have all the digits at once. You also made sword things that were where the case, the sheath, box open, the cat's moving. Yeesh. All right, you also made a sword thing where the case / sheath opens up, two sides, splits in the middle, where you can grab the sword. Ah, pops open and you can pull it right out. That's nice. Been building and playing since Lego since you were 2 or 3. Yes, lifelong fan. I feel like a lot of people have, which is great. Then you carry all your skills over with you. But I found it interesting that I met Mo from Nemo Bricks. I met him at a show earlier this year, and he didn't get into Lego till he was an adult, so he didn't grow up with Lego in the slightest, which I still find fascinating for someone to get into it later in their life. Well, there's our first Twitch bot. Let's get rid of that. There we go. The bots, they're everywhere. Everywhere. But no, yeah, having that long-lasting background, it just helps everything. And yeah, like you said, you have a mechanical engineering degree you're going for. It's just one and the same for Lego, right? All your skills will carry over. You'll be able to continue making cool mechanisms that you already are. But yeah, it can lead to some really cool stuff. I hope you, continue to work on some really cool things that just push the limits of what the mechanisms can do. Make it as interesting as you can. Like I said, just spinning, that's not the most fun. Or if it's like a train on a track, people can do better than that. This dude's got some real lanky fingers. Just kind of getting cut off there. Recently made a correctly color-coded lantern weapon from a character and also a shotgun that ejects bullets. Doesn't shoot, sadly, but I'm pretty sure I can make it shoot. It's not one of those double-barreled, but ones where you can open the side and reload shells into. Oh, see? Yeah, adding those fun play features. That's big. That's fun. Let's see. Just, yeah, keep it as interesting as you can continue it going. The furthest I've ever done, I've just done simple mechanisms, just kind of like marionettes on a, not marionettes, but like when you go to a dark ride at a amusement park, just kind of like animatronics moving in different directions. Just something to bring personality to the builds. You build a lot of 2-scale life builds, which I can't say I've gotten a lot into, but I love myself minifigs too much, so I do a lot with that. There we go. You can give you guys a thumbs up. Nice. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I have a good engineering background, but I don't have a lot of the nitty-gritty down. So, you make some minifig stuff? Yeah. I don't know. The minifigs are still so charming. So I'm really locked into that and just simply telling a story that way. But there's definitely, yeah, like what you're working on, there is a coolness factor to having a scale big. You made a big robot. Nice. I usually don't try to build too big. About the whole length of your arm. That's like, was it the Cole's Titan mech? Is that really big one that Jagger released? There's some big boys. So yeah, I have been building quite a few robots recently because of I was more or less indoctrinated into the Exoforce community. So I've been making sure to get one out a month for that. But I typically like to build smaller, more condensed and more detailed. The robots I build are about 2/3 of the size of the original Exoforce ones. So I really try to cram what I can into those. I'd say the biggest thing I've built, probably as big as this table space. That build barely fits on here. But I have some other big builds coming up for next year. Might be a little while till I get to those. But yeah, I don't know if I'll ever do a really, really big robot. It does sound cool. Oh, of course I put the towels away and I need one more. I guess I'm building a robot right now. This is a request from a coworker of mine. I believe it represents a musician. But I don't know anything about them. I'm just having fun building a cool robot. Let's see. You don't really make much now because you have an exam week coming up. Oh no. Is it exams already? Oh, I suppose if you did summer session. My bad. And then you only have a medium-sized box of Lego. Yeah. I mean, if you... Obviously, the mechanical stuff, you want to experiment in real life. But if you are limited on bricks, Bricklink also has a CAD-like program you can use. Bricklink Studio, which is a great way to estimate what parts you still need to acquire. And it has plenty of additional features in it that allow you to just like straight conversion into the regular Bricklink app and website. You had 2 large containers of Lego, but your parents accidentally put them outside when it rained. Oh, I mean, were you able to get them back? You can just, luckily with Lego, you can just kind of wash them back off. I had to do that with my old collection. It's just, there's so much flood damage in all my stuff, so I had to keep washing them down. And you couldn't go and clean them immediately because you were in a hotel. Oh, what? Oh no. Okay, but you were able to eventually get them cleaned. And right after I had traveled to another country. Oh no. So it was a slew of problems that came your way. That just made it ever more increasingly difficult to finally get them cleaned. Oh, that is a bummer. Yeah, they're out now in the shed. Okay, so you got them back to safety at one point, but man, oh man, they went through the ringer, it sounds like. And they just had to wait. They had to wait to be fixed. And, oh man. Might take them out sometime this year. A lot of money worth of Lego. Yes. No matter how you get it, Lego is not cheap. Yep, 2 boxes change. 2 boxes changes and 2 cleaning. Well, hopefully you'll be able to get to those soon. But it does sound like you need to focus on your exams and stuff first. Don't let yourself fall behind on that. It's like we just said, it's an expensive hobby. So once you get past your exams and everything, hopefully you'll be able to start saving up and get that back on track. And that, again, that could be another way that I don't want to be like I'm selling you up on this, but Bricklink Studio, the CAD program, you can just build everything for free. It's all digital. If you have a computer that can run it. After your exams, you're working on that gun. Nice. Get a lot going. Let's see. But yeah, you definitely want to look into affordability options to start. Sounds like you need to really start ramping up your collection, which will take time. It'll take plenty of time. And then you got to think about how you're going to store it all. If you're going to keep it all in one big box or what. So it's a long, arduous process. But in due time, you'll take care of it. Thinking this for the legs. It's unfortunate he's very boxy in the legs, which doesn't give me any wiggle room to do detail. It's just gonna look like square Lego blocks. Big bummer on that regard. Should give him a Sturdy legs. We'll have to build a cover over that. Oh, sorry if I lost you. Twitch did the mean thing. That's a bummer. They were such a good person, too. Why you gotta be this way, Twitch? Why you gotta be that way? Let's see. So we're gonna get some weird angles in here. So let me grab the pieces for it. Big bummer. Big bummer. Oh. Oh, well, thank you, Snow Wolf. Might wait till you get back to say thanks. It's always nice to have someone to chat to. Dang. The way this lines up so flush is really cool. But there's no feasible way to do a connection point like that. Not without some really weird pieces. Well, Snow Wolf, I hope you find your way back. If not, it was nice chatting with you, and hopefully we'll see you next time. Whenever that might be. Oh! Caught it. Good. Not losing everything. Alright. Oh! Jeez. They're flying at me. They're so angry now. They're mad because I left everyone behind. Left them behind. Oh no. Ooh. Thinks idea. Sorry, the stream cut out. No, sorry, that's on my part. I had that issue early on in my streaming. Or in previous streams. And then I was on such a good streak of it not happening whatsoever. And then it came back all of a sudden today. So that's on me. That's my bad. I have no idea how to fix that because it's been fixed 2 or 3 times now, and then it's reared its head back every so often. But since you're back, thank you for the follow. I didn't get to catch that the first time around, and I greatly appreciate it. And so far today, you've been a wonderful person to chat with. But yes, I will continue to look into why it keeps cutting out. I'm the first LEGO stream you've ever seen. Oh, I mean, If you want to find more, the category is, what is it, Lego and brick building. The issue is that you won't find too many people that are doing mocks. Most everyone I've seen on Twitch, they like to do set building. Another good one is it Brick Nick? Nick Bricks. He's another good one. However, I don't know if he builds beyond just video game stuff. I will be doing a large hodgepodge of just about anything. Like this guy that's a robot from a band? Question mark? There's a request. And I do a lot of stuff in the theme of Lego, such as like classic space. And I don't know if I'll do Ninjago, but I do like Ninjago. Haven't bought it in a long time. Was originally thinking about letting a streamer do something with your gun idea. Possibly one day. I could possibly, but the schedule is a bit packed for the next couple months, so it would be a while. Because you don't have much for parts. Yeah. Well, that's where like I said, if you have the opportunity to use Studio, that could work out really well in your favor. You have the instructions in your head built, but no parts. Yeah. It would be good to get somebody to test the waters on how well it functions. Because the mechanical side of it is the real tricky part to make sure it works. So I do hope you can eventually test it out. Because if it works as well as you say it might, then that could be a really cool build to show off. Really, really cool. I am struggling with this connection, trying to find anything that would work well with it. But it comes out so flush. I just really want this one thing to work. You have an idea on the mags and the eject mechanism. And you already have the shooting one. I'm trying to remember what I built. I thought I did something very similar, mechanisms wise. I don't think it definitely wasn't a gun. I just can't think what it was though. I've done a lot of mechanized things, but not a lot motorized just yet. I have 2 planned to be motorized coming up. But by coming up, I mean within the next like 10 months. I always try to line up stuff with Brick World Chicago in the summer. I am going to jump back a bit and say I'm not entirely surprised it was difficult for you to find this stream. I know discoverability is like one of the hardest things for anyone doing anything online. There's just so many people. I am just a peon amongst all of them. But I will be, like I said, I will be keeping up with LEGO streams on Sundays. I've been doing pretty well for the last couple months. And I do not plan to slow down or stop anytime soon. Have to go with a different design here for the fate. I'm also like barely building on camera. I did this a different time too. I just need to scoot things up and then we have space. And then my hands could be on screen again. Yeah, normally do gaming like Warframe, Sekiro, or Elden Ring. I definitely want to play Elden Ring. That's one on my list. I don't know when I'll have time to get around to it, but I do like the idea of playing Elden Ring. I can like a Souls game, but it's just so many of them feel like they kill my momentum too quickly, and I just don't want to bother. I really liked Lies of P. That was a good Souls-like. But after that, I think I'm going to wait till we either get a Souls-like with some easier difficulty options or good multiplayer. I know there was the Elden Ring DLC/game. Not sure which one it was entirely. But that one didn't look the greatest for a multiplayer experience. But yeah, I do Legos on Sundays, and I do, at least right now, Hollow Knight on Thursdays. And I do Disappearing Acts in the middle of streams because I need to get bricks. Probably you can only hear some clitter clatter and then barely see me in the background. Whoopsies! I'm just trying to get some alternate pieces for this. And then I'll be right back on camera. Not the prettiest build, but I think it will get the idea across. Okay, come back. Elden Ring is the easiest. Okay, yeah, that's kind of why I've been at least interested in playing it. But you and your girlfriend already planned out at least a future, become an engineer, and she actually earned some money so we can make a Lego room. Oh, at least she's on board for it too. She wants to do the Lego stuff too. That's good to hear. You won't be alone in that hobby. Having that support, that's going to make it really fun. Not everyone can say they got that. Yeah, a room where you can make stuff. Exactly. Again, you gotta start small. When you get to a storage selection, don't worry about going to this level with every little individual drawer. Start off with general stuff. Like you said, you've already built with kind of hodgepodge bins. So if you just stick to simplified sorting, that'll do you just fine for a while. She likes your Lego builds and somehow amazed on how I keep making complicated stuff. And also she likes playing video games with you. Oh, that's sweet. You have a keeper for life, it sounds like. Treasure her forever and treat her the best to your ability. And never let go of that. Someone that's going to be by your side, support your hobbies, and is into your hobbies is going to go a long way. A long, long way. Yeah, you're definitely lucky in that department. Oh. I made this structure, but it's not. It's not helpful yet. Hold on. There we go. You also made the Sekiro arm thing. I'm not familiar with that, but I'm certain if I saw it, I would recognize it pretty quickly. All right, got some legs. They're a bit bulkier than I want them to be, but it'll do. It'll do. Just need to flush out the feet. And then we're on our way. Oh, geez. And if I was a faster builder, I would have had great examples for studio for you. I already had it set up and everything to go for today, but nah. He has a prosthetic arm that isn't fully filled out, but it has like holes and stuff. It has his tools. I do like that kind of design. It reminds me of if you've seen Mad Max, Furiosa's arm. I like that idea too. Oh, we're just gonna do some simple toes. But more importantly, we need the feet it can connect to. Yep, like that, yeah. A more non-traditional style. Style of amputee. Which are the fun fictionist versions. Let's see what I can do. Okay, hold on. I'll be back in just a sec. Oh. Ideas are popping up, but they are not all home runs right now. But I can think of a couple things that will make them a little better. And that's not dropping them. Close call. And this. Oh, yeah, sorry. Wait. Normally just make weapons. Yep. Maybe some tools and complicated mechanisms. Sometimes just make a complicated arm. The robot I made every joint that it needs. Yes. It is very crucial in the LEGO community to have a robot with bendable knees. Bendable knee joints. Those are critical. But also, yeah, making sure everything can be dynamic, can be posed the way you want it. That's going to be also just as important. There we go. We're getting somewhere. I also have a mess of pieces everywhere. Been around for a long time, yeah. That's good. Long-lasting relationship too. Dang, yeah. So it sounds like you two are committed together, locked in for life. Just keep up the happiness. All right, the leg's good, but not great. There's a lot changed about it to match that shaping. Let me get rid of this. Let me get rid of that off the front. Somehow just get it to be like so. Maybe. We have a thing. Once we get older, we're gonna race on who proposes first. A thing we made when we started dating in the second year. That is a great promise and commitment. Sounds like you need to win that race. Wait, what does the winner get? Just the glory? Glory of proposing first? Is that what the winner gets? It's a fun race. It's a fun idea. But what's at stake? What's at stake for it? That's what I want to hear. That's what I want to know. Glory? Glory. All glory goes to the winner. Who gets player one in game? Oh, that's even better. That's what it should be. Yeah. Who gets player one in games? The age-old predicament. That's what you decide. And who decide what we build first together. Aw. They get to make all the decisions, whoever it is. Let's see. I think I'm gonna switch some pieces around. We do still have this plate out that has the 2x2 with the Technic connection. So I think I'll use that. Player one, first builds. Sounds like you need to hurry up and win the race. It's a lot to win. Also, take your time. Work your way into it. And treat each other right. Oh, she already knows how she's going to do it. Well, that sounds like a challenge that you need to figure out yours. Oh, well, she already told you how it's going to go. Well, where's the fun in that? That is a good one, though. That is a good one. I won't say it out loud in case anyone watching the VOD tries to steal your idea. Or her idea. You all need to be the first to do that. And you know how you're going to make yours. Good. But are you going to keep her on her toes? Not letting her know what it is just yet. Just yet. Toes are a bit too big. I'll probably have to switch those to cheese wedges. But I think this is good shaping for the leg. My only real concern is the sides aren't very well covered. And I might need to switch a lot of that to red. So let's see what I can do with that. A little bit here, a little bit there. A lot more to add. A lot more to add. Also, if you're, since you're going to be in chat, if you can ever give me feedback, if something doesn't sound right or look right, just let me know. I aim to improve, but I cannot tell all the details of the stream at all times. Unless your advice is just to tell me to clean my ugly mug. That ain't happening. I will not change how I look. You just have to deal with it. Right now, I'm playing a game real quick, so you might not answer immediately. Oh, you're fine. You're fine. I will appreciate any form of feedback. Because like I said, I just want to improve myself. Maybe by starting with not dropping the build I'm working on. Okay, it's good, but not great, because it needs to, pistons need to be kind of lined up with the upper leg. Nope, Lego builders deserve to leave their desk how they want. Builders. Oh, the desk? Yeah, the desk. At the start of every stream, I clean off the whole thing. And then this is what it becomes partway through. Don't you worry, that's a regular here. That's a regular. Alright, so we need this leg to bend back. So it can be angled. And then maybe attach it that way. That definitely looks a lot better. Yours too? Yeah. Nope, that's the hobby. That is the hobby. So real quick update on the leg. Oh, there we go. Oh my goodness, camera. There we go. A little bit better angle, I hope, in the small image. Even though it's still small. Get an idea of what's going on here. Oh, hey, I think a slope can fill in that gap, and then I think we're just about there for the leg. Although I think I'm hitting the end of my time here for today. I might have to finish this guy off stream. And then, I mean, there's still instructions to make, so I might save that for next week. Sure, yeah. I mean, you didn't show up at like the very, very end. I've had a couple people pop in like right as the stream was ending and like, oh, I'm so sorry, everyone. They're just about to close up shop. So luckily we've gotten some good chats in before the very, very end. Yeah. Just unfortunate. Just unfortunate. But yep, Thursdays and Sundays. Thursdays for gaming, which is Hollow Knight right now, and Sundays for Lego building. It was originally just Lego building, but I really wanted to try to get back to my backlog. It's just been such a disaster. Oh, you have exams next week. Hey, that's all right. I don't plan for this to be going anywhere. I should be streaming pretty consistently for the next, as long as I can go. As long as I can go. As long as people are enjoying it and I can grow. And honestly, it's been a really good motivator to just get things done. Like, I would not be building this right now if I wasn't streaming. Same with, I've had some other creative endeavors off of previous streams. Like, I wouldn't have built a tree car with mecha arms and jousting tools if it weren't for these streams. And that was such a fun build because it was like, it really harkened back to what Lego is. What Lego needs to be. Just fun. So yeah. You would stream building too, but you're too antisocial. Well, I mean, that was me too. That's technically me too. I mean, it's not a large audience by any means, but I'm really not that big on social stuff. It's just the convenience that this does turn a very antisocial hobby into a social meeting, like right now. I mean, you're technically being somewhat social in the meantime, just by chatting. So here and there, here and there. Let's see. Still a bit tight. Still a bit tight. But hey, yeah, I would say. But you can only do one person, yeah. I mean, that's the thing about starting off, is like, I only got one person to chat right now, and before you showed up, it's nobody. It's nobody for the longest time. So, but that's another big challenge that I've had to figure out and learn, is talking to nobody is incredibly difficult. But you gotta do it to get momentum on this stuff. And later down the line, I will probably use it for clips on Instagram, and I hate being on TikTok, but I am there for social presence. Yep, normally when I'm bored, I just go to streamers and with no one. Oh, nice. Yeah, it's a nice, easy, quick chatting thing. And I don't think I'll ever be that big where I won't be able to chat to you. I can't picture myself being that big. Mostly because, let's see. Yeah, mostly because, I mean, yeah, sometimes they don't want to talk to anyone for a while. I mean, I will always be up to constantly talk. I want to practice and continue to chat it up with everybody. I also love teaching, even though I didn't like study for any of that. So if there's ever like a build technique you want to know, or want me to work upon or just discover, I'm all down for that stuff. I'm all down for that. So, yeah, never give up on it. It's just a challenge, and I'm always up for a good challenge. Might need teaching sometime for Lego. Absolutely, or even Studio. Like I said, I keep bringing that up, but I love Studio to death, and I will be running it on stream at some point. Like I said, I meant to today, but still building this thing. There'll always be more. Always. I think that's as detailed as I can get that without getting in the way. I suppose I can switch out the bar in the back for a red one. But I don't know, still not the best covered. Not the best covered. Yeah, so if you just need someone to talk to or want someone to talk to, I have been consistent and I will continue to remain consistent. And I hope I can provide plenty of entertainment. What are we doing on time? We got maybe 10-15 minutes left. His legs are a little too chunky for what I want. I don't know if I'm going to reduce that. I have an idea how to reduce it. For starters, I'll get rid of this on the side. And I will be sure to grab... Well, I want to grab the part that I forgot, but I forgot it. Shucky darns. I better come back to the build. I can't. I can't remember what I needed. Oh no. It's entertaining to see someone do what you like to do. Yes, very much so. Very much so. Okay. I remember what I was going to do now. I was going to get rid of 3 brackets and switch it to 1. And then from there... Oh, jeez, everything's interlocked so well. I made it too strong. Ah! Oh, actually, I might not need these brackets at all if I just switch out what parts I use. Let's see. Go for something like that. This foot's a bit messy. But hey, half the time my builds are a mess. I would love to just go through every single one of my mocks and talk about which ones are sturdy and which ones aren't. Because I'm pretty sure the majority of them are not. I go for aesthetic too much. Jeez, there's so many gaps in here. This is awful looking. Oh man. Really is feeling like a mock. Alright, start from square one. Yeah, you just go for functional. That's how you get your guns to work. I respect that. That makes sense to me. But if you want to go for both function and aesthetic, then something's got to take a shortcut. Something. And that's where it gets super tricky. Alright. Yeah, I might just have to rework the whole foot. By the 2x2 plate, which I don't have. That would work. Yeah, let's do that. As my table space gets ever more encumbered and messy. Let's see. Now the brackets are in the way. But if I don't have the brackets, everything looks sloppy. Everything starts to look sloppy. Quite the predicament. It's also the end of the stream where I'm just like really getting low on energy. I always schedule this thing for to go up to 4 o'clock, but then I always stay till like 5 my time. Oh. Trying to get this shaping in there. I might have to do like that. Oh. Yeah, I'm not really liking any of these shapings. That's not good. Luckily, there is the chill music, license-free music, to fill in the void while I'm so distracted trying to figure out how I'm going to do the next thing. Luckily, it's empty, but it's not complete. It's only mostly empty when I'm not talking. And luckily there's always a little bit going on screen. Screen? Did I say screen right? Blech. Words. See how that foot stands. Oh, not well at all. Not well at all. The jumper was a bad idea. Ooh, better than a jumper. If I use a ingot piece, it has that slight angle to it, which might match up to my other angles. No, it's a bit off, but it's flat compared to the jumper. He'd at least stand on his foot. Not terrible. Not terrible. And if I can figure out the stability on his arms, I think he's good to go. He's a lot bigger than I wanted him to be. But sometimes that's how the builds go. They just blow way out of proportion. Luckily, I mean, I feel like he's pretty accurate. I feel like he's decently how he's supposed to be. Luckily, I don't think accuracy is like a super high demand for this character. But made it work. Yeah. I'll build his other leg off stream. Call it good. Start to got pretty accurate. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I'll say I had to do as much research as I could before the stream, trying to find any images of this thing online. I'm gonna chat a bit while I clean up, just a wee bit, and I dropped another piece, so add that to the counter. But yeah, I had to really prepare this thing because I don't know this character at all. From a musician of sorts. So I did what I could to find some clean images of him. And apparently they built like a full physical statue of him. So that's pretty rad. That's something nice to go off of. But when I was asked to build this, I asked the person like, hey, can I get a reference image for it? And he's like, sure you can. And then he comes back to me the next day and he brings me this. And he told me to go off this image. He told me to borrow this shirt of his. So instead of just going off of only that, I decided to do some Google imaging this morning. So it's something a little cleaner to look at and also show to the stream. I've just had this sitting off camera, just eyeing me, and I gotta take super delicate, careful care of it. So I don't want to ruin his nice shirt. It's pretty nice quality too, so I don't think this was a cheap shirt. I'm just surprised he like let me borrow it for the weekend. I'm like, oh, all right. But even going off of that, those images alone, that didn't make it super easy to follow. So yeah, I had to do my research. You don't like doing accurate builds on stuff? No, even for your guns? I would think the guns you'd want to be very accurate. But I mean, to each their own. You can just make some really, really cool functioning guns that are, just do your own thing. Put your own flavor on it. I don't know. I'm always pushing myself to do better as a builder. So I will always take a challenge in any direction, whether it be realistic or creative. Just try to really push the medium, whichever way I can. And so that's why you'll also find a lot of variety here from me. I like to, like I said before, jump around a lot. Probably see some classic space and minifigs and other different topics on board some of these streams. You're going to do just from memory, really. Yeah, that can work too. And that's where you start to get those like creative deviations, because things won't be one-to-one, but you'll still be able to make it look good and presentable. It'll become its own thing, which will be nice in this Lego really is an artistic medium. So that is that. That is that. My options for studying were chef, mechanical engineer, detective, civil engineer, or child cardiologist. Well, I think you chose the right one because it relates so well to Lego. It'll just carry over like that, just instantly. Now, how far are you along your studies? Because there's a lot of programs that go 4 years or more. So I'm curious to know how many years you are into it. How long is your journey? And how much further to the destination? Well, they say it's all about the journey, right? Yeah, kind of. I mean, not much. Because you chose things. It'll be a bit differently paced. Well. Oh, okay. That's where I thought you were. That is my bad. That's what I was talking about there. Okay. Alright. I have dawdled on a bit much. We got pretty cleaned up. We got pretty far through the robot. I'll clean up the robot and finish his leg off, so that next time maybe do some studio instructions or something new. But thank you all so much for watching and enjoying the stream. Especially thank you to you, Snowwolf, for jumping in and chatting. If you're watching the stream live or if you're watching it on the VOD later, I always greatly appreciate it. Never know where to go with these goodbyes. There's socials down below if you need to click them. And we'll catch you next time. Until then, have a great week, and goodbye. Goodbye. Bye. Let's get this to work right. Goodbye. Yay, goodbye. Domo arigato, Mr. Robot. Domo.